Hello. All right. So, there. Today, we're doing some stuff. Okay. That was really dark, by the way. Turned on the ATEM control computer and it did its usual thing where it wrecks all the camera settings because it thinks it knows best, but it can't set the ISO, which always messes everything up. Thanks, computer. Okay. Okay, so, today I'm going to be recording, in case this works out as a video, so this will be a little awkward as well, but the main thing we're doing is recapping a TRS-80 Model 100, and then installing a REXCPM. Now, this stream was picked and has now been fulfilled by Hiram here, who wanted me to do a video on the Model 100. This will probably be the last pick a computer based on the current metrics with the 100,000 points. So, yeah, if I do this again, it will have different stuff for requirements. So, but yes, that's what we're doing. I'm gonna go ahead and wait for the coffee to finish before I really get into this, because it's also noisy and I don't really want to record with that going on in the background. So, yeah. Also, there's a chance I'm gonna have to bail on my current shirt methods as well. I've been wearing two shirts so that the camera or the mic cable can go between them and not be as problematic. But it is super humid here today for some reason. And this is less comfortable than usual by a lot. Actually, I'm curious what the humidity is. Let's see. Okay, we have excessive heat. That's normal. It says 35% humidity. That does not sound right. I don't believe you. Nah, there no way. Way more humid. Yeah, I don't. It's 35% does not make sense. It's really bad right now, at least indoors. So yeah. Okay. Uh, it feels like 50s. Yeah, it is way higher than that. I'm telling you. For the record, that's measured at the airport, and it's probably more open. Air blows through a little bit more, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's higher in the urban areas. Okay, I'm gonna have a little bit of water actually here. All right. If you weren't here when we picked the caps for this thing, by the way, I do already have it open, which is gonna make the video part of this a little weird. And it definitely has bad caps. I'm hoping that's all that's wrong with it. But we do have a full cap set, and I'm now realizing I needed to order 2 sets of caps because I know someone else who has one of these, and I said I would do theirs when I did mine, and it totally slipped my mind. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to, once this works out, order another set of these, and then I'll do that. Yay. So, yeah, water's higher humidity. Weather station at the airport here reports wildly different to your weather station at home. Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's what's happening here, too. All right, that's almost done. Okay, let's get the fake milk in here. It's going to be weird when I run out of this stuff and I have to make the decision, do I buy more of this or do I actually try creamer? Because I don't know what I want to do. I don't like powdered creamer. I don't really like this either, but I think I like this, or I should say I think I don't like that less than I don't like creamer. So, Walker, Texas Dangler, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Why did the deck talk not trigger? Oh. Walker, Texas Dangler, definitely though, thank you for the 2 gifted subs there.
Deck
Mention that
is running.
again.
External power on.
Since I forgot. They make shelf-stable liquid milk. That's terrifying. Yeah, this is not drink it black coffee. No, it's very, very much not. All right, here we go. Get your coffee. See, it looks terrible because the ATEM's messing with my settings. This needs to be slightly less yellow. Perfect. It still looks a little too yellow. And then brighter. I know the coffee's done because it's in my hand, coffee maker. Okay. Yes, powdered sugar is actually heavily processed sugar. This is powdered milk, though. And there we are. Coffee. Okay. Ultra heat treated? I have no idea what that would be. All right, that's very wet in there. That's not going to help the humidity problems. Okay. Make it a drinkable temperature. That'll work. That meets the technical definition of coffee. Surprisingly tasted fine. I don't know. I have some lines I don't really want to cross on food things, and I think that's one of them. Okay, I really need to change the, No, that looks great here. Does it look fine? Oh, that looks fine there, too. Oh, okay. It's just that the table's yellow, the coffee's yellow, all that's yellow. Okay, so I thought it was way more messed up color-wise. Okay. All right. I'm gonna sip a little bit more coffee. Then we'll record an intro. Then we can just kind of cruise into this here. So okay. All right. Okay. How do we intro this video, man? Like, well, you know what? Let's just wing it. All right, here we go. That's good. You know what? I'm gonna go check that camera that it's actually ready to record. I didn't do that. I just plugged the SSD in and then turned it on, and I didn't verify. Ah, that's good I did, because it still has footage on it. Okay, yeah, let's wipe that. Hold on. Format that drive, and there we go. Make sure I pick EXFAT instead of stupid HFS Plus, which the cameras always default to. I don't know why they think everyone wants to use a Mac. They should have EXT4 on there, since, you know, DaVinci Resolve started on Linux. All right, and it's now ready to rock. Okay, I'm glad I checked. It wouldn't have been the worst thing if there was footage still on there, but it would have complicated it. So, no letting the magic smoke out today. That would be preferable, yes. So, all right, let's start. Hello there. Today, I'm working on a TRS-80 Model 100. Now, I didn't actually try to buy this thing. I got it in a bundle with my ThinkJet that I bought and I did a video on, and it's kind of funny that I'm the kind of weirdo that bought a set of computer hardware to get a printer instead of the computer. So I hadn't really looked into this thing, and it's just been sitting in the background. But one of the things that I knew about this was that the capacitors in them are known to go bad. So I recently opened it up and checked, and sure enough, the caps in mine have gone bad. So, since I run Caps Wiki, I went ahead and made a caps list that you can order, and we're gonna go ahead and recap the TRS-80 Model 100 that I have today. Hopefully that makes it work, too. I don't actually know. There's also some stuff that can happen with the Hitachi display controllers, but hopefully that's not wrong with mine. I won't know until I get the caps replaced, though. All right, that's pretty simple. I'm actually kind of grooving on this coffee right now. I would like some more of that. Didn't mention the REXCPM there, because that might actually be its own video. I don't know. We'll see. Depends on how this goes. Okay. Imagining the intro playing after that. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's the music, right? Let's check up on everything. Okay. So, into CPM, don't let them fully. Well, that's why I'm saying it might be worth a different video. I don't know. All right. Okay. Every single screw is exactly the same? I did not realize that, except for the ones that have the wider flanges. Ah, interesting. Okay. Okay, focus. And here we go. All right. Okay, try and get this out of here. Metcal incoming. Yeah, Metcal is going to be going soon. I've already charged the air compressor, so. Let's see. Actually, I know how I was going to talk about this, so. I'd already set this aside for it. Now, if you're not familiar with the TRS-80 Model 100, this is considered a full computer. On this side, we have, I believe, the cassette port. Over here, nope, that's cassette. That's floppy. That's the floppy port. Okay, let's redo that. Now, if you're not familiar with the TRS-80 Model 100, this is a full computer. This is not just a portable word processor like the Tandy WP2 that I reviewed and the Cambridge Z80 that I was sent that I still need to take a look at. But this is it. So this would be considered. Let me think about how to phrase this. So this is a completely different kind of device. For one, over here we have a floppy connector, I believe, and I think that the floppy drive's on this. No, what am I? Is that floppy? What is that? Because that's serial. Hold on, isn't I'm trying to put it together here. There's a Linux program that I used with the Tandy WP2 that emulates a floppy drive to connect the barcode reader. Oh, yeah. But I think it can do floppy, can't it? Hold on. Hold on. No, I wanna look this up. Hold on. I'm pretty sure there's a floppy drive, or does the WP2 support a floppy drive and the Model 100 doesn't? Let's see. Tandy, or TRS-80, and I do, actually, yeah, TRS-80 Model 100 floppy drive. That's a thing, right? Yeah, it is. It's super weird, though, and it plugs into the serial port. Okay. Yeah, so there is a floppy drive that plugs into the serial port. Okay, good. It should be the same as, I believe, a Brother, like word processor or sewing machine or something is how it works. But that floppy drive, it's Brother. Yeah, okay. Yeah, hold on here. So I'm actually going to bring this image up here. Open image in new tab. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I was not wrong. I mean, I was wrong about that port being for the thing, but there is a Tandy. That image is terrible. Hold on. This one, will that one work? No. That, no. Why are all the images 8 pixels? Oh my gosh. Yeah, that one should be enormous. Why is it not? Hold on. Sorry. Just one second. Oh my gosh. This website has 800 pictures. Ah, that was it. There we go. Boom. Perfect. Okay. Am I on the hunt for TRS-80 Model 2? I'm on the hunt for that kind of stuff all the time. Yeah, no, definitely. I have a lot of documentation for the Model 2, actually, because I came this close to buying one, but someone else beat me to it, but for some stupid reason, they didn't buy all the documents, so I bought all of the documents. So I actually have software and manuals for the TRS-80 Model 2, but I don't have the computer. It's really dumb. So, all right. Okay, let's restart that intro, okay, because I now have a little bit more information to go along with this. Oh, yeah, here we go. Okay. Now, if you're not familiar with the TRS-80 Model 100 here, this is a slab top computer. So this is I actually forget what processor this is. Can we see it really quick? Is it an 8085 there? Yeah, so it is a textbook 1980s microprocessor based computer. This one is one of the things that gets notably repeated about this device is that I think it's the last thing that Bill Gates ever wrote software for. I don't really care about that kind of stuff, but you may have heard that. There is a later revision of this exact computer called the Model 102. I don't remember exactly what the differences are, but I believe it has the Tandy branding instead of the Radio Shack branding there. That's clearly the superior badge. But this is an interesting little computer here. On the back, we have RS-232C, a printer port, and this has Tandy's weird, like, IDC printer connector, a phone connector that's probably for connecting into a phone line for dialing out. I'll come back to that in a second. And then the cassette port, which would just be used with any standard cassette interface cable. Then on the side, there is a barcode reader port, because this thing, it's weird. But one of the interesting things about this is that this is not a Radio Shack product. It is actually a Kyocera product, if I remember correctly. I forget exactly what their version of this was called, but they are the ones who OEM'd this. And one of the things that I find hilarious about that is that I also reviewed the Tandy WP2, and that was also not made by Radio Shack, but I think that one was designed possibly, who did design that? I don't remember exactly who designed that, but again, not Radio Shack. But what's funny is both of those had of course I hit the thing. What's funny is both of those had floppy drives, but the floppy drives were actually made by Brother. So this is significant because since the floppy drives connect over the serial port, one of the things that I tested in the Tandy WP2 video was communicating with it using a Linux program that emulated the Brother floppy drive. And that made it really easy to transfer files to and from. So if we get this working today, I already have experience with transferring data to this thing because we can just use the Linux emulation software for communicating with it. So hopefully we can get this thing up and running because it should be really easy to make use of it. All right, there we go. That's what I wanted to cover. Okay. I'm gonna put the REXCPM over there for now. All right, that's a whole other amazing thing. Power cable. Okay. Boom. Maybe not. Don't even need the laptop right now, but whatever. Okay. Wish you had software-free Model 2. Wish the screen tilted up. There is one of the machines from this era that does, but it is just a word processor. But yeah, not that one, that's for sure. Oh yeah, I brought this out, but you know what? We're just gonna not bother with that. All right. Ooh, coffee. All right. Okay. Sorry if it's extra boring when I do this with the intention of recording. I know it's kind of a pain, but it lets me make the most out of the time. Okay. Focus. Let's see. It's a fun behind-the-scenes experience. Well, I'm glad at least there's that. All right, now let's move on to the repair process. I have already opened it. There are two doors on the bottom. If we flip this over here, you'll see one of them is for the AA batteries, and the other is for the expansion ROMs, or one of them is memory and the other is ROM, I think. Beyond that, there's just a handful of screws on the bottom, and then we can get inside. There's another layer of screws that holds on the logic board, plus this one that holds on this rubber standoff, and that I am going to have to remove again. There we are, and then we can just remove the logic board. No. Unplug that ground strap because I don't want to take all the keys with me. I'm going to be very careful of this, but just for giggles. Oh yeah, there should be nothing under there. There's a little bit of dust. I'll go ahead and vacuum that out right now. Found the runaway spoon. You mentioned disconnected keyboard? No. All right, looking better. I'll pop the shield back in here and then try to get the standoffs back into place. It doesn't seem like there's not as many as there should be. Oh well. Now on the front half, we have the display cable and then the two keyboard cables. Also, I think this is like the power LED or maybe the speaker power LED. Yeah. So those are cables you do need to disconnect to remove this. These are the chips that I was talking about that can theoretically have a problem. Hopefully not, but I'm not sure. So why did that push? What pushed down over here? Felt like I pressed something. Oh, I probably pushed that back and forth. Okay. But yeah, hopefully none of these have an issue. They are all the same chip. It's a, I believe it's a shift register based display controller. Oh, I just noticed this does one of my favorite things. I love this PCB design tactic. These are chips installed upside down through a hole in the PCB. We can see by the traces going between them and the chip below them that it just made sense to be able to mirror the footprint. So installing the chip upside down let them do that. I absolutely love that. I've been looking for an excuse to do this myself with a part, but I have not had a reason to yet. One day, because this is just so cool. Can you do that yourself too now? Yeah. I had a project I was working on where it needed to be extremely low profile, and I realized that was possible, but it ended up not going the route of needing to be thin, and just ever since then, I've been like, I want to do it. But it's really cool to see in practice. Oh, this thing's heavy. I forgot. What is on the bottom? Oh yeah, the connectors. That makes sense. Oh, also, there will be the plastic slides. I'm gonna get those on camera here. Nope, that's the wrong one. That. All right, we're gonna, hold on here. How many display driver ICs? 10. Hole does throw out a bunch of routing space. Is in a way, yeah, if you want to go under it, I guess. I don't know. With it being I don't know how it would impact that. Anyway, the cap's actually bad to this. Oh, yeah. We're going to get to that in just a second. All right. All right, though. Let me actually think about this. But that's enough just poking around here. We need to actually work on this. One last thing I want to do before that, though. There are these slide guard things that go over the switches. There's one on the switch over there, another one over there. Are those two the same? Oh, good, those are. And then there's the long one over there. Pretty easy to lose, though, so would rather not. And then I might as well disconnect the DC power cable connector. That is a connector, right? Perhaps not. Okay, we'll go ahead and leave that. But with those out of there, we can now move this on over to the electronics workbench and take a look at those capacitors. All right, there we go. There's coffee on the workbench, so I need a second here. Coffee. All right. Oh yeah, I didn't mention, one of the really cool things about this is that I don't remember, it's either 4-row or 8-row. I think it might be 8-row, like 80 column And you can do pixel graphics. It's kind of awesome. It's 8 by 40. Okay, that's all right. Yeah, I don't have all the specs memorized for it, clearly. Okay, I need to make this look a lot less hobo-ish. Oh, I am so mad, all right? This morning, I realized, okay, after doing a second order for parts for the IBM 5154, okay, it's just chilling right there. I actually remembered how to put it back together, which is amazing because I took it apart like 43 days ago now, all right? I ordered parts for the main board and the video board, and I totally forgot the one capacitor on the neck board. So I didn't order that, and that's almost certainly one of the ones that's bad, and I'm so mad. So mad. So now I'm going to have to come up with another DigiKey order, and that one was super expensive, because after I've seen how many capacitors are just like out of stock, I decided I'm going back to my old ways, and I ordered like 3 times as many parts as I needed. So that was like $100 in capacitors just for that. Ugh. All right. I have to clean this up a little bit. There's too many weird little random bits around here that are making this look absolutely terrible. And it's not even that messy. It's just there's stuff. I mean, okay, it's pretty messy, but still. It's just cluttered. Oh yeah, there's no SMD stuff on this, so it's gonna be cakewalk. All right. Getting bits out of here. Okay. That will look better. We'll just do this. All right. Ooh, that's pretty good right there. That's actually really good. Okay. Yeah, we're going to go with that. Okay. I'm going to put this here for now. Okay. Whew. At least you're mostly covered for capacitors for the next few months. Not really, because the values have to line up. Like, that sucker has some weird value caps in it. There was a 100 UF 40 volt capacitor. Nothing I've ever ordered came even close to being acceptable for that. So, just started sprinkling. That's right, I can't actually see anything out that window. Well, fine. You enjoy your rain, okay? Or is it steam just kind of drifting down? Because it is really hot out. Okay. Yeah, caps. All right. Oh, and I got all fancy with the angle. I was setting it up like that so it looks nice and pretty, but I realized I'm just going to immediately zoom in so we can see the bad caps. Oh well, let's get started. All right, we got it over here. Let's not bump it and make the video weird. All right, got it over here at the workbench, and we are going to be removing every single electrolytic capacitor on here and replacing them with brand new ones. There are some over here, especially I want to say C28 or C82, that are definitely bad on mine and are known bad to go in general. Let me get you a close shot of what that looks like. All right, I'm gonna try and be kind to you guys and not move the camera too much with you seeing it, because I know that messes up the bitrate and stuff. Okay, yeah, look at that awful nonsense. Ugh. All right. So bad. Known bad to go. You know what's really annoying? I do that more frequently than you would think, and because I'm just like rolling off the cuff, I don't catch it, and then I go to edit it, and I just think I am a complete and utter idiot who cannot speak English, and it's super annoying. So yeah, I can't go back and redo it because I can't redo like the same intonation. I would just have to re-record that entire shot, which I guess I could do. Maybe I'll just redo it from this point. So yeah, it's just, yeah. All right, back to here. Where's the plastic pointer device? There it is. So with the board over here at the electronics bench, we can see just what kind of horrible stuff is going on here. So this is leaking capacitor corrosion there. I think there's another one up here. Yeah. So that one also got some stuff coming out of it. I can't remember if any over here were doing any of that. So yeah, these are well-known and documented issues with the Model 100 and why you should pretty much consider every single one of these needing to be repaired. Additionally, I think it was right here, this was a battery. It might have been this one here that I removed. Mine, thankfully, only just started leaking and it didn't destroy the board, but if you are unlucky, that could also be a massive source of damage to the PCB, eating away the copper traces. But thankfully, mine wasn't so bad. But we're not going to give this much more of a chance. We're just going to go through. We're going to replace all of these electrolytics here. Some of these are actually kind of difficult to replace, and I'm going to need to get a different angle here to show you why. Better try and catch them in recording? Yeah, but it's impossible to. Like, literally, I don't think of it that way, so I can't. Like, I would have to go back and rewatch every shot as I film. Do a callback here already in this video. The caps go bad because age or some chemical expiring. I mean, those are kind of the same. It's compounded reasons. And it depends on the era. So 90s and early 2000s capacitors are more likely to go bad just sitting around due to a phenomenon called the capacitor plague, where the formulation for the electrolyte was inferior compared to capacitors of the 80s, 70s, and earlier. After that, the problem was identified and corrected, and later capacitors usually not as bad. There is another but that's an outlier, but you can generally assume devices with certain capacitors from that era are going to be bad just outright from the capacitor plague. Capacitors that have been used a lot will deplete the electrolyte's ability to self-heal the capacitor. So it's based on how much they've been used. So an unused capacitor from the 70s could be totally fine. So it's not just pure time on capacitors, unless it is leaked or had some other chemical issue happen, which can happen due to manufacturing defects or things like that. So there is no hard and fast rule on when capacitors fail. And measuring that a capacitor has definitively failed is also not trivial. So they're in general just really difficult to deal with. So I don't have super solid rules, but that's also why I've made Caps Wiki, because it tries to give you as much information as possible. So if you want to know more, I recommend you go to caps.wiki. That's a domain name, a website. And you could try to learn more by looking at some of the generic resources on there. But yeah, it's a whole thing. Yeah, refas are bad due to the moisture getting into the epoxy, and then it heats and expands and does all that stuff. That's why they crack initially. See here. So yeah, this one has not actually failed, but you could see internal cracking in it. And that's because it is expanding inside, not just staying the same shape. So yeah. Why is this overcast outside? I don't know, but it's making me really miserable inside from the humidity. I'm not kidding. It's just awful. It's not blowing up in a museum. Look, I have dead refill on hand. So I put all of the bad Varta batteries and Refa caps on this shelf right here. So I just have like a bunch of them, like all deep in there on hand, ready to go. I need to get a jar or something for it. Where does the sun go? Isn't that a They Might Be Giants song? All right. Let's move on here. Now, the thing that makes these capacitors difficult to replace is the height. Now, that standoff that I mentioned, that was still on the board, is a good example of this. This touches the bottom of the keyboard, and that means we cannot go any higher than that. So we are limited to the height that the capacitors pretty much currently are when trying to find replacements, which means that we're stuck around 12 millimeters. Going any taller, we're stuck around 12 millimeters. Going any taller risks bumping into the keyboard. And I don't think all of the capacitors I was able to find were like that. So we're going to have to try and bend them over onto their side and hope that we can squeeze them in there. No, they have not all gotten smaller. At least not at reasonable voltages to put in here. So no, they're not all smaller that we're putting in. I am actually going to knock out this coffee. No, I would say those are about average height capacitors. I think it's more that the voltage rating for capacitors in general has risen a lot. And I don't know, I would have to do more long-term testing to be really comfortable with that based on the chemical reasons of how capacitors work before I was satisfied putting considerably higher voltages, voltage capacitors in a device like this. So you bought the Console 5 ReCap kit, right, Hiram? Those are the ones that you have on hand. What caps do they use, and how do the heights compare? And the voltages, actually. So, because I'm curious if they're just using way higher voltage caps to get the size down for that. But they don't list that kind of stuff on their website, which is why I don't like them as a source. So, yeah. I'll say this about capacitors and their failings. I was actually thinking about this on the drive to the office today for some weird reason. It was kind of because of Diego's question yesterday about capacitors like this. So this is a mains rectifier cap, is a big cap, but the top of the capacitor is distended. All right, so it is bulging here. But it's not actually a problem. That's just the plastic disc being crushed by the jacket. And I was trying to think if I have ever seen a capacitor fail by venting as opposed to ejecting the plug. And outside of cap plague era caps that the electrolyte dried and expanded, I have never seen a capacitor fail through the vent. Ever. That wasn't intentionally damaged. So I think in normal operation, you will never see a capacitor catastrophically fail. But if you wire it backwards, yeah, it will. That's probably about it. Package says contains 4 non-polar caps. Install. Yeah. Yeah. Install one UF non-polar at C52. I don't remember. Oh, yeah, that one is non-polar. Yep. Yeah, I have all that marked down too. So, popped a couple in a printer, trying to fix them once, had your ears ringing for an hour. Did you install them incorrectly? You have some big caps in the 70s that failed by venting through normal operation? Just out of curiosity, because that is unexpected. Might be why your first recap failed. Did you get it working? Did you get yours working that you were trying to fix? Because that would be awesome. Very high hours. Interesting. Not yet. Okay. Trying to think why those caps would have failed. So the electrolyte depletes. It should just have the voltage rating would go down. It could short, but generally that process happens so slowly that it heats very slowly and pushes the plug out, which is why they don't vent. Were they... I bet I know why. Do I have an example here? Actually, is this? No, that's not. I bet I know why they vented instead of ejected the plug. I don't have one on hand. I should. I don't know. Anyway, I bet they had a PCB bottom, not a rubber plug. So they can't vent or eject the plug. So that's probably why. There's only one brand that did it. Yeah, so I'm wondering if it was a hard bottom instead of a soft bottom. That might have done it. Now you get the tangents part of the channel name? Yes. Yeah, definitely. It is related, but, you know, it helps to, like, you know, chase little things here. All right. Anyway. Screw-in connector, hard plastic base aluminum can. Yep, there we go. That'll be why. That answers it then. So yeah, that's the rare case where they will have to fail by venting. That makes sense then. Shelly does it in multiple layers sometimes. So I had layer 2. I had a project I was doing with a web server at one point. I think it was a DIY something or another. And I had a problem with it, and I thought, oh, I'm going to virtualize the machine and set up a test environment. That way I don't have to worry about this. So I was doing that, and then I encountered some issue with the virtual machine environment, and I was trying to set up stuff for that, and then I was learning more about that. And I eventually got so deep into this side quest for the project that I just had to take a step back and think about this. And I realized I was like 12 layers deep in unrelated different problems that all traced back up to it. And I actually had to stop and write notes for each reason why I had stopped and diverted focus onto a different thing. And it was the dumbest thing. And I realized if I don't do the original thing, I could stop doing all of this. And it was hilarious. But yeah, it definitely happens with the tangents. Okay, speaking of tangents, let's end those and get back to here. So taking the damage into mind, we're definitely going to be replacing this and trying to clean it up some. I did not order replacement passives for things like the diodes. I'm just hoping that they aren't actually that bad, because overall, I would say the PCB for mine here doesn't look too bad. I've definitely seen way worse damage from leaking capacitors than these, but I have ordered all the replacement capacitors I'm going to need for this, so we're going to get those installed. A special note here, just in case anyone is following along, these dark blue jacket caps, these 4 here, are actually non-polar capacitors. So they are unique in that there is not a positive and a negative side unless you have some weird applications, but for this it does not matter. So yeah, just note that those are non-polar, so if you're trying to replace them with just like random capacitors you have lying around, you probably can't. You're going to have to special order those. All right. Needs water to fight off the coffee really quick. Okay. You know what? I want to check a thing really quick here. One moment. Oh. Yeah, you know, we'll just do that. Okay. All right. Back to work. You know what? I had an idea. I'm going to be a bad person today. That'll help with the humidity. All right. Let me put the standoff back. Did that not take? Okay, weird. Here's a blurry pic of the cap kit. Okay, I am curious. You show us close up of the funky chips? I guess, yeah. They're like RAM or something. I don't know. Give me one moment. Well, actually, you know what? Here. Ah. Getting really tired of this being an issue. The mount. How can I solve this? That was as described. It's very blurry. It's not a Loctite problem. I mean, that would kind of do it, but also I'm not putting Loctite in my camera. I'm not crazy. What I need is some kind of holy moly air conditioner. Kick on. I just turned it down because I wanted it to kick on and dry out the air, and it's just not. Anyway, here, Goodwill receipt. This will work. I'm going to try and put a piece of paper through this so that it compresses on it and acts as like a sticking point. Ha! Tricked it. Okay. It's really bad in here right now. Okay. I have so much of a problem with tightening this. I'm not like tightening it by putting this in here and going like that. I put the screwdriver sideways and use it as a pry bar to tighten it like that. That's how tight I am trying to keep this thing, and it just won't stop rotating. There. Maybe finally now. Okay. Just did it again. The instant the camera wiggles a little bit, I have to solve it. I cannot let it be slightly loose because it will just fall off eventually. It's a Blackmagic Pocket Cinema Camera 4K. Do I have a lock washer in here? Also, one moment. Oh. No fun shirt for the moment. It is really, really hot in here right now. Okay. Lock washer. Ah. There we go. Okay, this might do it. I'm not super thrilled about the idea of cramming a lock washer up against the camera body, so let me see if I have a bigger washer that I can put between it and the camera. I mean, I do, but that's enormous. It's an Olympus 12 to 24. I don't, not quite sure why it matters. Oh, man, I wish I could show you this washer, because it's thick. It's like 3/4 of a centimeter thick. Probably half an inch. Rubber pad. So it had rubber pads on the mount. They keep getting squeezed and compressed off. So yeah, they don't last. I do not have a washer the right size to do what I want. Okay, that's annoying. How do I not have 1/4 washers? That doesn't seem right. I have so much weird camera stuff. Maybe they're in the camera area? I don't know. Bad idea, Loctite. I know, I'm not putting Loctite in my camera. That's not happening. It's a very bad idea. It's already bad enough, so I actually put Loctite in the head here, and somehow it actually managed to seep into it. So it doesn't work quite right because Loctite got in there. It's very annoying. Alright, we're just putting the lock washer directly on the camera body, I guess. At least it does have a metal plate on there, but eh. Alright, maybe this will work. Hopefully. Ugh. If I had Teflon tape, actually that would be an interesting method. Alright. Also gonna put it on sideways. See if that helps. It shouldn't, but doing it anyway. I definitely fully compressed the lock washer. Coleman, I don't think you understand what happened to the rubber. It was shredded from the force. Basically, long story short, what I do with the camera arm thing here, no one else does, and there is no hardware designed to do this. This arm is not capable of holding this up, which is why there is a bungee cord wrapped around this that pulls these two pieces of metal together to keep it higher up by adding more strength to it. It really puts a lot of strain on the joint down here. And the ball head is not really designed to work this way either, so it's not good at this. It no longer really locks rotating wise, so if you ever see the camera drift or it points in the wrong direction, it's because it doesn't matter how tight I crank that, it will always eventually come free. It's super annoying. So there's a lot of problems with this setup, but there is no other way to have the camera be 360 degrees, like anywhere, free floating, and just stay where I let it go. So I'm stuck. All right, hopefully this does it. Hover drone, yeah. Kind of got the cables weird now. I don't know why. It seems like there's way more slack now, but whatever. I'm just going to not worry about it. All right, here's your shot of the weird RAM. That was final level of tangent. There you go. Okay. There's your weird RAM. No, I'm not going to try and take one out because that ceramic looks really fragile and I don't want to snap it in half. Ugh. So the AC has not been able to drop the temperature. It's running, but it's still the same temperature. Oh, don't tell me it died. That would suck. The exhaust is over here. Let me. No, that's cool. Okay. That would be so bad. Okay. Tries buffer vest, yeah. Okay. We can continue now. The next stage is really easy because we're just desoldering. Let me actually turn that on. All right. SMD on ceramic, not seen that before. It is interesting. I feel like I have seen it, but I might only be thinking of dumb things like the repro SIDS. I don't know. It is strange. Hazmat suit for the AC, yeah, really. All right. I think that's everything, though, about this, so we can go ahead and start the removal process. So, that's unfortunate. They're not labeled on the bottom. Oh, well. So we're going to go ahead and get these out. Good. All right. You know what? Let's just redo that. But that's enough talking about the problems. Let's go ahead and fix it. So I am going to start removing every single capacitor here, and then I will put the new ones on. And now I'm just going to let it run, but we can talk about whatever. Unfortunately, this is not a single-sided board like the IBM was. First one out. You know, let me keep those separate. All right, grab a bag here. Yeah, that is a Metcal DS1. It is a lot more than just a solder sucker. It's a whole environment, and I have an actual air compressor underneath of my workbench to be able to power it. And I should, you know what, we'll just use the vacuum gun to add solder when needed, then I'll have to swap back and forth. So that's always a pain in the butt. And I'm going to go ahead and rotate the monitor here so it's easier to see. Okay. That one's be a real pain. Wonder if I need to clean this thing again. I had to clean it out the other day. Need a better ramrod than this, but I have a 2 mega ohm resistor that I'm never going to use. I just kind of jam in here. See if that makes a difference. Maybe? No, the solder sucker doesn't come in a kit with an air compressor. Definitely not. You're also looking at like a $400 investment to get to this. Maybe closer to $600. Like for everything set up and running. Like it's not a first time soldered sucker kind of thing. I will highly recommend as an entry level option this. This is the Soldapult. Has a plunger, and then you press this, and then it pulls back in. I like this one because it is serviceable. You can take it apart, get new parts to rebuild it for when the vacuum starts to become weak if you need to. So this is a really nice one. Highly recommended. This is a lot of thing to buy into. Yeah, I think cleaning it was needed. You buy one part a month, have it magically build itself. It's actually really not difficult to build, but getting one part a month isn't that easy either. Matter of fact, I'm curious, there may not even be any Metcal DS1s for sale right now. They are not super common. Been a while since I looked. Let's see, there's one. No, actually, I'm not sure that one's real. That might be a Thermaltronics. Claims to be Metcal, but something doesn't look quite right. Maybe it's a later revision. Yeah, there are some on eBay. They're not all complete. There's one for $250 that's missing the cable to connect it. You kind of need that. That's very critical. They want $140 for that cable. That was ridiculous. The tips are stupid expensive too. Anyway, yeah, it's although there is one that ends in 8 hours that's complete that it's only up to $36. I'm gonna watch that. All right. That's the 3 big non-polars. Let's go for the little one here. I think it's this. Did I get a C55? I don't remember that really tiny one. 82, 92, 103, 52, 78, 85, 86, 90, 55. Okay, yep. Oh, gosh. We need to go back and retroactively make it a law that there's silkscreen on both sides of PCBs. Yeah, exactly, Philip. This one's also super tiny and has tall stuff by it, so it's difficult to get a grip on. Successfully getting it hot. Not getting all the solder out. If you're talking about this, Soda Pult, it's like impossible to see because it's bright and blue, but just sold a Pult with like pole, but there's a T on the end. Yeah, that's it. This is miserable. Really wish these caps weren't so small and difficult. Try and clean it again here. That is a Metcal DS1, but you need a Metcal MX500 base station to make it work, and then you need a separate air compressor. I mean, just an air compressor. There's nothing Metcal about it. It's just an air compressor. It is a base station solder workstation. I'm not feeling the powerfulness of the vacuum right now. It's not as powerful as you might think. Because you're limited by your tip size, too. I could get a different tip, but the tips are like 60 bucks, so I'm going to use the one that works. Or the one that I have. I can't remember. Was this one bigger or smaller? This one's even smaller. I can't remember if it works at all. I have a feeling it doesn't. I give up. Cheese time. This is the budget-friendly solder sucker. You're not going to get a vacuum-operated one for cheap. That's just why I keep pushing the solder pult. That's why I push the solder pult so much. It is the best option you are going to get for under $100, and it is way under $100. Or probably the best option you're going to get for under $300. Like the disparagence between a really good pump-based one and a acceptable vacuum one is huge. All right, let's cheese this because I'm super duper done with this. Stupid tiny caps are just like instantly resetting in place. I don't know what the deal is. Look how tiny those are. My gosh. All right, now I can clean the vias once it heats up. Seriously?
Donnie locks up and prime for 8 months and says, end of line.
There must be a, like, massive ground plane on this. Or something. I don't understand why those two were such an enormous pain. Doesn't look like a multi-layer board. They're next to, but I don't think on a ground plane. Oh no, they were definitely on the ground plane. Yeah. Yeah, that explains it. No spokes, straight up on the ground plane. Thanks, Radio Shack, for making those last two so easy by having no spokes on the via to connect to the ground plane. Those were so easy to remove. Yeah, new, the Metcal system probably would have been like, I want to say that the base station was $1,500 new for the MX500. I don't know what the DS1 is. Probably like $500 new. All the prices I'm giving you are used except for the solder pult. You can buy that new for 30. All right, next up, this one. Yeah, but Radio Shack didn't design this, Philip. So, wouldn't be related to that. They just slapped a badge on it. But it was very definitely ground plane. Yeah, no ground plane, cakewalk. I cannot speak for the engineer, but I really like the solder pult. So I'll say that. But I cannot speak for the other one. I can only speak for the like garbage $5 China ones, which are, well, garbage. So okay. Next one. Ow. Ow, ow. Dang it. That one's also on a ground plane. Great. Oh. Drat. Wait. Oh, did that just work, or did I damage the... No, that was fine. Okay, cool. I'm using a California Tools air compressor. So California Air Tools. 1 gallon. Gotta let that dwell for so long to heat up that ground plane. Jeez. That is weird, Philip. This will do that. So if I poke this, I'm going to not do it over the board because it always ejects a little bit of solder. When you go to press it, it will do that because that cleans the tip. So that's intentional, but it's not supposed to stay that way. Once you have it charged, it doesn't do that. So, yeah. All right. Okay, is that all of them from there? I think it might be. I love how clean the vacuum solder gun always makes the solder job. Because I'm not dousing it with flux or whatever. I'll just go straight over the via, heat all the solder, and rip it out. So I got one click down and prime to go. Oh, weird. Yeah, that is strange. Thinking I might need to service this thing. I think the rubber gasket here is dirty and it's leaking. See if I can just clean that up really quick here. I think I'm going to need to wet clean that later. That should help for now. Okay. Through holes are good there. Okay. All right, that's all of those. Moving on to over here, where there is a massive grouping of them. Okay. Oh, I feel like I made a huge difference. I think this thing's just due for some servicing. Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you, Willie Ken. This is too expensive for most people. It's not like, you know, it's not a matter of like, oh, look at the fancy tools I've got or something. It's just that it is overpriced. Two back to back here, which I'm just going to assume are on giant ground planes just to mess with me. $300 station with a vacuum. I don't know that it's going to be good. You might have a better experience buying the Soldapult. That's why I keep pushing the Soldapult. Is that for the value, it is a very good option. I think you would do better spending $300 on just a good soldering iron and then buying an okay desoldering pump. And even then, the Soldapult's not just an okay desoldering pump, it's quite good. Okay, 3 more still. Jeez, so many. Need Soldapult command? Yeah, really. Soldapult command that also says, do as I say, not as I do. Not kidding when I say I think I spent 6 years getting everything I did for the Metcal MX500 session. So if you replace the capacitor with the resistors, it won't work. That sounds like you might have found a hint of something there. So I didn't just go out and spend all the money. It was piece by piece, you know, the Johnny Cash song you guys are mentioning. Single-use solder sucker, that's the, oh my gosh, knock the neck off the CRT. I was going to say that the cheap aluminum ones are single-use because they're so terrible, but your joke was better. I'm going to clean this one. Last one, I think. It might be. I'll look over the board to make sure, but I think this is it. All right. I think that is every single capacitor removed. So once over, none around there, none over there. Got the 3 there, the 1 there. Okay. So that's all the electrolytics out, and we're going to be ready to put the new ones in. I do need to clean that up a little bit first, though. Ugh, okay. Break time. The AC, okay, here's how hot it is. Since I went and turned it on, it has managed to drop the temperature 2 degrees. 2. That's how bad it is in here. That's insane. I have never had it be that ineffective. That's 2 Fahrenheit. Yes, yeah, 2 Fahrenheit. Speaking of which, I want some water because it's not pleasant in here. Even when it rains, it's not this bad. This is like an especially humid day. This is weird. Oh, walking through the cold air that is blowing out of the vents. Oh, that's really nice. Yeah, but it's a wet heat. Yeah. Yeah. Ugh. Hollyhops, maybe, yeah. Ouch, the old one, that sucks. No, it can't be under a vent. The vent is over there. I'm specifically on this side because the vent is so loud. Also, I actually managed to hurt my finger by burning it slightly, trying to get those stupid caps on the ground planes hot enough to release. Excuse me. Not a fish. Can't breathe water. I was thinking about grabbing a fan and pointing it at me, too. That would help a lot. Running your finger under cold water? I don't have a sink. What am I drinking? Water. The only 2 things I ever drink in the office, water and coffee. That's really mostly it in general anyway. Oh, also real milk. Real milk is very good. Water tower doesn't have water cooler. Yeah, it does. I keep it off, though, because I prefer room temperature water most of the time. Water cooler water that's cold is way too cold. Like, I wish it could be, like, half as cold. So, and my water cooler does not have a neutral, and I actually use the hot side. So, I have to leave the cold side off. Okay. We need to clean the board. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, you know what? You might be onto something there with the computer heating the room. Let me turn off the other computer that I'm not using. I had turned it on in case I needed it, but you know what? I don't. All right. I'm gonna use the isopropanol. Actually, you know what? We're gonna fix the isopropanol. I was really dumb, and I thought I'm gonna try putting 50% isopropanol in the thing. That was a terrible idea. 50% isopropanol sucks. I didn't buy this. I knew had overbought during the pandemic. So I was like, yeah, sure, I can just use that at the office. But no, it's terrible. 50% isopropanol is worthless. Oh, come on. There we go. Don't know how successful I'm going to be pouring this back in the bottle, though. But worst case, I lose some 50%, so who cares? Well, actually, this is cake. This is easy. There we go. Back to the good 91% stuff. You don't see that lid. That's that's not. You see nothing. There we are, the good stuff. Okay. Never taught to never return reagents to the reagent jar. So it went from one jar to another jar, back to the jar. It was fine. So okay. Brush, which I should just do a quick clean. That was kind of impressive. It just erased that receipt, despite the receipt being thermal. That's weird. Okay. Yeah, you don't want to use high-strength solvents to clean LCDs because you can damage the plastic of the acrylic. It's like, it's a bad idea. Okay. Back to here. All right, I'm going to try to clean up this area a little bit, and we'll see how bad... Actually, let me zoom this in. All right, so looking at this area, it's a little not great there. I can see some corrosion along the copper edge there, and that was a trace. Ooh, hopefully... whoa. Yeah, we may need to hunt that down, figure out where that was going. That's not good looking. And then over here, we have some more corrosion. Let me get in there and brush, scrub. Let me get in there, clean that a little bit, see if we can figure out what's going on. Wow. Yeah, it's looking pretty bad. I'm going to need to investigate this a little more, I think. This is looking not good. Oh gosh, this plastic welded in. Ugh. Where does that go? Dang. The age of the PCB doesn't matter. There's plenty of different ways to clean a PCB. It doesn't really matter. It's not that sensitive. I'm using isopropanol because it's a solvent. It'll break stuff up. So. It is very difficult to see what is going on in here. The way that the stuff has gotten onto the traces is making the traces extremely dark, and then they're just kind of blending in with the solder mask. I'm actually having an easier time seeing it by shining the light on it and then looking at the reflection of the depth of the trace. Like, I can't see any traces around that area, so I'm putting it at an angle, and then see if I can get it to show up on camera. There we go. I can see the outline of the copper in the reflection of the light to see the traces. That's what I'm doing. Because normally, like that, it's all the same color. Oh, if it's just dust, that's nothing. Yeah, just get some ESD brushes and wipe it off with that. So I don't think the motherboard, Mac board in the dishwasher is that bad. Percussively, it's a problem because you don't know mechanically what's happening. You're getting jets of water hitting it, but I don't think it's that bad. But it's I wouldn't do it. So, but also I just saw Valo Mestari. Hello, here since first time chatting. Found me through the VCF Southwest YouTubers panel talk. Oh. Apparently I should go watch the panel talk. I hadn't seen that yet. All right, well, happy to have you here. Personally, I like using 96% not denatured ethanol, so IPA can't stand the smell of it. Yeah, that's a little more complicated chemical there. Another thing you can use is CLR. That's not a bad option for this kind of stuff. So, only said good things about me. Oh, I didn't think they were roasting me, but that's good to know. Yeah, here's the downside. This keeps happening to me when I'm using the isopropanol, and I need to maybe switch to CLR or something. Actually, what you really need to do is rinse the board. Yeah, so what the isopropanol is doing is it's picking up the flux, and then it's moving it, and it's frosting over. So you can see as this dries, it'll like fog up, and it looks terrible. So. But, oh well, man, really, yeah, let me try and figure out what I want to do with these traces here. Let me how do I have like 8 pairs of tweezers floating around here? Like, seriously. It's like the only time I've ever had all of them in one place. Normally I can only ever find one, but right now I'm just tripping over them. Is there a known schematic for the Model 100? Is that a thing that's out there? I could just look it up, I guess, but yeah. Late to the stream. Chips on the left. Are they 2 chips? People are really liking the RAM. Yeah, they are 2 SMD chips on a ceramic carrier to go into a dip package footprint. Yes, they are weird. All right. Cool. Why? Wait a minute. Is this still the disgusting mess in the 34401A? Did I not clean it? Whoa, that's gross. Or is... Yeah, dang it. You know what? Hold on. I need to clean the probe connector here. Oh, that's not good. Dang it. I was trying to clean the 34401 Ace probe things, and then the cotton swab tip snapped off in there. Let's see if I can get it out. Oh, man. Ah, okay, that wasn't too bad. Let's see if it works now, though. Stuff for the extension ports. I have the REXCPM here. Dude, this just won't plug in. This is maddening. It just, like, yeah. Okay. Why is it 50 ohms? Ah, it's a top side too. Let's try to not break it off in there. Gah! How? Why? Why is there green stuff in there? Blame the humidity. This predates that. It's a nugget of the purest green. Gosh. Yeah, safety plugs are awful. I hate them. They're terrible. The only thing worse than these are the ones that are on the Simpson meter that are the reverse. All right. So these are female inset. These are male inset. How? What? How do you even use these? This is unusable. So weird. All right. We put this back and then see if it'll work now. Probably green stuff. Oh my gosh, it's all over on the probe itself in there. All right, I think we do the thing. I've been avoiding doing this, but I think we have to. We're gonna cut the safety shield off of the fluke probes because I think I need to clean around the metal part. It's not really a tangent. I have to do this so that I can assess what's going on with the Model 100, but it's kind of a tangent because this isn't what we're trying to do, but I have to. Just expecting like green goo to leak out of this thing. Oh, good grief. Why? I'm glad I hate these so much, though, that I'm at the point now where I'll do this. This is going to be really nice. To convert these to, like, not totally stupid probe now. That one, too, not as bad. Eh. Check for green pins. Don't worry, the X-Acto knife's very dull, which, you know, makes knives safer, right? All right. It's almost blue. What is it? Like, the plating is fine. Well, there we go, I guess. Yeah, that would explain why they've been being terrible for so long. What brand are these? Fluke. Good. A very good brand. All right. Now let's see if they work right. Oh, sorry, that was really bad. Very good brand, clearly. Yeah, I mean, I don't have too many good things to say about them, but yeah. They're supposed to be a good brand. How about that? Okay, moment of truth. Hey! There we go. I have probes again. Now I'm a little concerned about the other ones that I have in the actual Fluke 287. What do we think? Do we think these are green too? Because now I'm concerned. Inside the 287 looks fine. I don't see any green in these. I would be very surprised if they were knockoffs due to how I purchased them. Nah, this set looks great. I wonder what I plugged those into that did that. And I wonder if it was just those plugs. Actually, hold on. Let's check this. I wonder if it could be the 34401A that's doing it. I have not used the 4-wire sense lines in a while. So if those are green, then it's this thing, not the probes. Okay, it's yellow. I don't know. What about the current one I may have used more recently? Yeah, I really hope it's not this thing. That would be super bad. That one's like black. I don't even know now. Ugh. Oh well, we'll just pretend that's not happening, I guess. Okay. That's good. Let's see if we can figure out if the traces are still good or not. I would have to be able to see where they go, though. Okay, so that side's negative. I don't know what it's supposed to connect to. How much pain to check the rear terminals? A lot of pain. There is a short HPIB cable. Yeah, I know you can't see anything. I can't see anything either. So if it makes you feel any better, it's one and the same. It's so zoomed in, there's no way I'm going to be able to get a good shot of that. It's too tiny, and this is too tight of a space. But yeah, no, that 34401A is not coming out right now. Not happening. I think this and this Yeah, that should be. Okay. Okay, I understand what's going on here now. So I think I could barely see. This is connected to the same ground plane that this would be going to, and that kind of works. Yeah, that's okay. This should be a trace that's kind of S-shaped that goes down to this diode, and that works as well. Okay, so the traces are still fine. We don't need to reroute those, thankfully, with like wires or something. But it's not... it's probably fine. Yeah. Okay, so I don't have to worry about that. Over here, I really can't see where this goes, and this black part is heat is like, oh gosh, I forget what the term is. There's the black plastic that's melted in place, the pegs, so I can't just pull this out non-destructively, and I can't tell where this trace goes because it's, yeah, really not sure where that thing goes. Under this over here, so possibly to one of these three, and then it just disappears over here. It's possible it goes to the terminal, and then it goes to like negative here or something. I'm not sure. So I can't really say if this trace is good. The ground plane here does appear to be okay. I could probably test from here to here, or here. You know what, that might be pre-power supply ground, so that might not be fully connected, but here to here. Or my probes stopped working. Thanks, probes. Again? Seriously? Heat staked, yeah, that's it. Sure. So here to there, good. Here to there, yep. So that's still working. And here to there, good. So yeah, other than the one trace that I can't see where it goes there, I think. Oh, there we go. So yeah, that I think. I guess that connects to the orange cable here, which is on the outside of the barrel jack. Hold on, that might make total sense. Yeah, okay, so that's negative power. Yeah, okay. So then in theory, no, it doesn't connect to ground. It must go through some nonsense over there. All right. So it looks like all of the traces are probably still good then. So I don't need to worry about the damage from the leaking capacitors too much. Okay. Eh. That's the camera coming loose. Seriously. This is infuriating. Why has it been so bad today? Oh, we're close. All we have to do is just solder the capacitors on, and then we're done. Must be the humidity. Yeah, really. Temp hasn't changed from when I last mentioned it, by the way. And I don't think the AC's shut off. No, the camera didn't die. The mount for the camera keeps coming loose. It's just the setup is terrible, and for some reason, this thing has just stopped holding on. What can I do to solve this? It's never going to be Loctite onto the camera. Camera is too expensive for Loctite. And it would leak down into the camera. That would be stupid. Yeah, let me double check I don't have Teflon tape, actually. Kind of like that idea. I don't think I do. But I might from the air compressor stuff. But I think I set it up at home where I know there is Teflon tape. Yeah, I don't think I have any in here. No, okay. Okay. If there was a way of bypassing the quick release plate, you know, maybe. Hold on. What does that look like? I'm probably going to make... You know what? I won't touch that because that'll probably make it worse. So if I could just go straight quarter 20 from the thing, I might be better off. All right. Okay. Yep, it's time to install the new capsule. All right. All right, with it verified that none of the PCB seems to be bad, I'm going to go ahead and start installing the new capacitors now. So let me switch the iron over. And you know what? I'll just redo that take. All right, with the traces all proven to be at least good enough, I think I can go ahead and start to put in the capacitors. So I am going to get started on that, and then we're going to be really close to trying this thing out. That would be really, really cool if this works. Again, I have no idea. All right, so this is C90. So now we get the fun of trying to find where all of these go. That's 49, or is this 86? What? Wait, hold on. C90, okay. 78. Those are not that. 54, something or another. 55. 52. 82. 84. 90. Beautiful. Okay. And what? Why is this a bipolar cap? Did I accidentally buy a bipolar cap for the wrong part? Hold on. Oh no. Did I manage to mess that up? Also, I'm not recording. Cool. Okay. Fun. So C90. No way. I accidentally bought a bipolar cap. Can I use that in place of a normal one? Bipolar cap in polar circuit. Yeah, you know what? Let me take a peek at tomorrow's capacitors. Most of the time it'll be fine. Yeah. So SMD, 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 SMD. Okay, well, Super Nintendo caps are safe. They're not usable. See if the Scepter monitor has one. $470, $470, $47, $330, $10. Okay, none of those are acceptable. Okay. It's also really high voltage, so. All right. Idiot. Yeah, those will all be empty. It's... All right, let me look through the big bag of capacitors. See if I have a 1UF 50 volt. Why is this dumb now? There. Got 1UF 50 volt. Okay. Okay, it's definitely not these. Probably not that. Nope. Okay. 100. 100. 470. 47. Well, we're almost working on getting this thing going, but I ordered one of the capacitors incorrectly. And now I'm hoping that I can find one from an old project somewhere that will actually be a viable substitute. $50 asteroid cabinet. Wow, that's awesome. That's super cool. Any vector for that. Good deal. Dang. 1 UF, 50 volt. Yes! Oh, it couldn't be more perfect. It's even polar. Downside. It's Kemet. Let's keep looking. 10 volt. 16 or 1000 UF. 47 UF. Using EW100. Oh, yeah, this is an EK100, or EW100. Yes, it is. Normally you don't see it because I wear an overshirt, but it is stupidly hot and humid in here right now, and I literally cannot tolerate wearing 2 shirts to hide it. So you're seeing it fully right now. Brazil friends install cabinets yet. It would probably be fine, but and I'm gonna use that over the polar. But yeah, if I can avoid it. All right, let's be smart this time, and I'm gonna filter out the empty bags. How about we do that? And Mauser bags are dumb; they're not blue, I guess. I don't know. The blue ones make me feel like they're static proof, so I don't know. All right, well, that one's definitely not going to be 10 UF. Yeah, well, the AC is actually lowering the temperature just slightly, but only slightly. In the last 20 minutes, it has not reduced the temperature at all. That's a 1 UF, 160 volt, but it is a Nichicon. Probably I'll go with the 50 volt instead, since that's correct. The heat wave is more like humidity wave. It's not that hot out right now. It's just the humidity is insane. Let's see. Temperature. It's only 97, but 32% humidity, which is abnormally high for here. One UF 50 volt, worth. Perfect. No stupid chemits here. Deal. Only 97 Arizona moment. Yeah. Yeah. Wake me up when it's 130, then I'll tell you it's hot. All right. Oh. Record. There we are. All right, we are ready to install. Hold on. All right, well, hold on. Well, since the traces all seem to be fine over here, I'm going to go ahead and install the caps. I actually attempted to do this already, but the very first one I picked up, it turned out I accidentally ordered a bipolar cap for a polar use case, which might have been okay, but thankfully, after looking through my previous parts for the VIC-20, I had some spare capacitors that are the exact same 1 UF 50 volt rating, so we're going to go ahead and use one of those, but I will have to update the CapsWiki page with that now so that it doesn't cause anyone else a problem. But yeah, let's get on to installing capacitors. I want to reorder caps. I want cap kits. I don't want an assortment of capacitors. It sounds counterintuitive. This capacitor probably cost me like 15 to 20 cents. It is more time and cost effective for me to just order another one than keep these organized by value and everything. It's not worth it. I would rather buy a new cap that comes in a bag that's labeled. This is the other thing they maybe don't realize. When you buy parts, you're able to put your own information on the bag. So this says M100C90. That tells me exactly where this capacitor should go, and it's labeled with the value and everything. So when I order the parts, I essentially get my own kit that's pre-labeled that tells me where everything goes. It's not just a random bag full of a whole bunch of capacitors, which is essentially what I have down there from the leftovers for the other kits. So I treat things that I don't use from old kits as random spares that I can use in emergencies, but I don't rely on those. What about shipping? So shipping for the entire box of every capacitor that's going to go into 4 different devices, I think, was $7. So spread that over like 30 different capacitors. The shipping is inconsequential. I'm actually really annoyed here. Okay, this is frustrating. I paid $7 shipping for that box, and it was a like $50 order. All right, got here in about 3 days. Yesterday, I put in an over $100 order for capacitors and paid $13 for faster shipping, and it's not going to get here until Tuesday. Anyway. Yeah, the other thing is that there's too many different variables for capacitors. I would rate these as like a 4-dimensional matrix of the capacitance, the voltage, the size, the ESR rating and stuff like that, but you don't generally pay too much attention to the ESR, but voltage, capacitance, size, mounting types, like there's a bunch of stuff. Anyway, all right, let's get this mounted. Okay, Z90 negative. You know what I didn't do? I didn't actually check that the polarity markings were correct on all of the capacitor footprints on the board before I removed them. So hopefully Radio Shack marked these correctly. PC Magus. That still doesn't get me them pre-sorted and easy to use. I would have to go then dig through the bag and find them. I don't think you understand. Ordering them is way better. For the 20 cents it got me this, it was already found, it was labeled for exactly where it goes on the board, and it's separated out already. It's so not worth avoiding ordering caps you already own. All right, first one's in. Okay, 86. It's polar. Okay, good job me not ordering the wrong caps. Ooh, that's cool. Recreating it in KiCad. Okay, 86. Let me triple check that. Yes. That's here. Yes. Negative. right, C85. That's a lot of foam. 84, 86, 85. Ah, it's one of the leakers. So quite the assortment of colors of caps I'm going to have on here. All right. C78. Wow, that is super annoying, Speedy. That is very annoying. Okay, whoa, that's a tiny cap. Jeez. All right, 78. I'm going to guess that's over here in tiny cap land. No. Ah, it goes up there. Okay. Man, that's tiny. All right. C52. Not confuse tiny cap land with top land, kids thinking that. Cardboard ripped before it came off. All right, 52. That's going to be over here somewhere. 50, 49. It's not going to be one of those. Those are weird. 103. That's 82. 52. Boom. Oh, this is non-polar, intentionally non-polar. Okay, so this one is correct. Okay. It's out of curiosity. That was 1UF. Oh, I must have totally... I wonder if this is the exact same capacitor as the other one. No, they're not. What? I managed to order two different Nichicon 1UF bipolar caps in the same package. Seriously? Weird. I wonder what the difference is between the 1TD and the not 1TD. Maybe it's the bulk packaging versus tape or something. I bet that's it. So they are the exact same cap. Okay. That's so annoying. I'm going to guess that I had the search page open or something when I was searching for them, and I just saw, oh, it's already set to the correct criteria and didn't think about the bipolar thing. Oh, well. Okay. Oh, we lost another degree of temperature! Yay! It only took an additional 13 minutes. All right, so this is C103. And this will let you see kind of how I was searching for capacitors for this, because that is a very weird aspect ratio for a capacitor. That kind of looks like a super cap. That's how those usually are. Yeah, that's a weird little squat cap there. Yeah, 103 was one of the taller ones and goes over here.
Up as tier 1 and says 27 months, and my god, that cap is squished. End of line.
Flarespire, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for numbers, brain, 27 there. Thank you, Flarespire. Also, I'm seeing Danny OC did a Prime sub for the first time an hour ago. Thank you. I don't know how I missed that. All right, that one there. Okay. All right. Oh, iron turned off because it's not enough thermal load soldering these tiny little cap legs on. Yeah, I could definitely see Walkmans or something needing shorty caps like that. Those are probably going to be really hard to recap in the future. I'm getting really nervous about capacitor availability going forward. I am super concerned about it. I'm not looking forward to when our options become like weird China knockoff caps that you have to buy on AliExpress, that they're totally not desoldering from old recycled electronics. And then just shrink wrapping a new jacket onto. It's going to be a bad time in a decade or so. All right. Next up is C92, which is dual bagged for giggles. Man, I must have had a hard time picking this for it to be a 100-volt cap. Roll your own caps, yeah. All right, C92. 94, 55, 50, 54. That's 29. 49 again. It's not over here, is it? 84, 92. There it is. Okay. All right, next up is 82, which is one of the really bad leakers. Right there. And man, that is a tiny electrolytic capacitor. I think that might be the smallest leaded electrolytic cap I've ever seen. That is hilarious. I was really trying to keep the size down when ordering these. Was Blur? I did actually watch LGR's vlog of the VCF Southwest. Yeah, the DTC-01 and another, yeah. I do have one of those. I don't think maybe they are they're not that expensive, but they're a bit rare. Yeah. Definitely very, very cool hardware. Um, yeah. All right. That's such a small cap. Oh my gosh. I would say you're better off getting a later Deck Talk Express though, which there are way more of. Which is, how we do the stuff. We know there's Deck Talk in action here. Oh, well, the video I did about the Deck Talk features the DTC-01, which is the one he saw. I don't use that one live because, well, I mean, it is a much rarer piece of hardware. I don't remember how long I was looking for that. And I immediately stopped my search. So. Okay. Next up, that is 50, 54, 55. Boom, boom, boom. All right, there. Okay. When I get it to say Welsh properly, when I get it right, you'll know. Oh, gosh. Oh, absolutely not the DTC-01. No, 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 no. That's way too much thing. Additionally, when you all would try and make it sing, it would be absolutely brutal. It's a good thing nope, I accidentally dropped one, and I need all four of them. Crud. Oh no, where'd it go? Drat. That capacitor looks like literally everything on the floor. There it is, got it. I mean, the floor's clean. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Okay. Wait, are those folded flat for a reason? I'll leave those folded flat. All right, so let me get those again here. 49, 50, 54, 55. Okay. So 50. Boom. 54. Right, 54 and 55. Okay. 55. That one's going to be a little tight. There we go. And there's 49. Okay, I'm really glad these are all super short while I'm installing them. When they eventually go bad later and I have to recap this again and I scrape some caps out of the bottom of a barrel from somewhere, I don't know where they'd come from, I'll be really mad that these are so short. Who knows, maybe these caps will last forever, haha. Actually, I think the future is going to be switching to tantalum everything. That's probably it for as long as we make those. I don't know. Maybe I should pick a semi-common device that is already known to be working and then try and fully replace every single capacitor on it with solid-state caps. That might be an interesting video and test subject. Huh. I think we should do that. What do we want to do it to? I'm planning on doing it to the Game Gear, but the Game Gears are not known working. And let's be real, the capacitors are needed to make it work, but they're not, like, critical. It should be an analog device. Something where the capacitors are much more important, like a monitor, let's say. What do we want to do it to? It's got to be kind of low risk. I don't want to be sobbing if I have a second IBM 5151 now. Maybe we try it on that. I don't actually know if it works, but we could test it and find out. That could be interesting. Because that's a very analog-ish device. And that's exactly the kind of thing I keep seeing obsolete, not for new designs, on the parts that I'm ordering. Yeah, I think we do that. I think that that's a thing. Did this come from this? I mean, probably. But I'm going to not put it in there. Okay. This is 83 and 84. Ooh, I think these might be the ones that have to be folded over. Also, that one seems kind of tall, but maybe it's okay. Okay, 83 and 84. So 83 was folded over to start. 84 goes there, no, that's a mounting point. Where's 84? There it is. 84 was not. I am not 100% sure if these are too tall or not. So what I'm going to do is 84 mounts upright. I'm going to slide that in there, in the position that it would be mounted. And I'm going to put the standoff for the keyboard next to it. Oh my gosh, it's close. That's really bad. Yeah. So that's the amount of height we're looking at with that cap versus the standoff. And again, this presses against the keyboard. And the reason why that's a problem is I assume that this is designed to rest on a flat spot. Yeah, actually, definitely. So here's the keyboard side, and where is it? Right there, you can see the marking where the rubber pad touches, and it goes in between the legs that stick down from the key switches on the keyboard. So if I have a tall cap, it could theoretically touch the legs from the keys and then short those. There's nowhere to fold that over. Uh-oh. I think I was relying on being able to fold this over. I mean, it would fit. Oh my gosh. Do I do something super dumb? Bend the legs like this, then wrap them around to the side, and then put it in. I think I'm going to do it. All right, my solution to guarantee it fits is to mount it sideways in this horrible configuration, because now I can slide it in here like this. I hate it, but I think I need to do this. Because I don't want it to be a problem. I am going to put a big old piece of Kapton around the end of that, though, so it doesn't potentially short against anything. Oh, this is awful. Not my finest work, but there were not a lot of choices. I mean, it's definitely going to be low profile, at least. Kapton makes it look intentional. Yeah, that's it. The Kapton is a sign of planning. I mean, I did actually plan to do this. Not quite as stupidly as this, but I did plan on having it mount sideways when it wasn't intended to. All right. I kind of wish I could see the look of the next person who has to try and fix this thing. And see see their reaction to that. That would be great. And then when they come to the realization that was the only option, or they just go get a tantalum cap and put it on there because that probably would have worked. Although, what value are these? 470? That's kind of a lot for tantalum. Maybe a surface mount aluminum electrolytic or surface mount solid polymer. I don't know. This one's meant to mount sideways, so it's going to look much more normal. Yeah, there we go. Oh, no, I won't get rid of it. I meant after I'm dead. Now, this thing's never leaving my possession. It's not that it's like that amazing, but that's just not how I roll. Although I might fall in love with it. I don't know. All right. Is this the last value? All right. All that's left are the bipolars that go along the serial port. Ah, wrong button. Great. There we go. Made a bad decision listening to stockholders instead of listening to customers. Business. So, fad. Kind of, yeah. Cell phones were not the way to go. All right. Oh, I was trying to figure out, oh, where's the negative mark? No, these are the bipolar ones. Idiot, there is no negative mark. Ah, they weren't the right height. These don't need to fold over, do they? I don't think so. Nah, they're not that tall. Okay. Okay. Gonna be tested outside the case. Yeah, I think it should be able to be, actually. Yeah, we should be able to do that. All right. And that is fully recapped. Okay. Just ignore that one. All right. What is the DC barrel jack voltage? DC 6 volt, I assume. Negative center. I think we just like actually verified that over here, didn't we? Let me just make sure. Because I think we could just power this off of DC. Oh. Here we are. All right. Beep, beep. Oh, let me put in continuity mode. Okay. There we are. No, close enough. Okay. So, negative 2. Let's go with chassis here. Okay, that's not. Come on, give me a ground. This? No. Well, it's not that at least. That was negative. No. This? Yeah. Is it isolated ground? Ugh. Do we know, is it positive or negative center? That's my only holdup right now from powering it. Show Tilwolf what you did with that cursed capacitor? Oh no. So AFK for a while? It's probably the polarized cap solve. Oh yeah, that was, I replaced it with a actual polarized cap, but Majenko's trying to get me to show you the totally intended mounting solution for this capacitor. So this is the exact same capacitor. This one mounts by having the legs go into the board like that, you know, just normal stuff. This one was meant to mount vertically, like, you know, that one there. So what I did is I folded the legs under and around. You can barely see the curve in there. Yeah, totally, definitely normal stuff. Yeah, let me see if I can figure out what the power supply polarity was. TRS-80 model 100 power supply. All right. Oh, negative center. Really? That's awful. That matches the black wire coming off of it too. Ugh. Where are we at? We are looking up the polarity to power it because we're pretty much there. I'm pretty sure you said center negative. I did, but that was a mistake. I meant to say positive center. I'm still not. Stupid bad probes. Dude, these things want to be thrown in the trash. I'm telling you. Yeah, it's just, it's not. There is something in between. Yeah. Oh, all we did was just finish recapping it. We're going to power it up normally before we put the REXCPM in. All right, well, negative center, apparently. Let me see if I could get a confirmation on that. Negative center. All right, it is 6 volts, negative center. Thanks, Radio Shack. You're the best. Okay, power supply here somewhere, maybe. I'm gonna need this for sure. And then wherever the totally awesome, good quality power supply is at, where'd it go? KiCad look center -2. Ah, that is nice to be able to check. And hello, Matt. Gonna miss the test because of an ad? You're probably good. I'm still looking for the power supply. Where? Stupid cleaning things. Why would I ever clean? The power supply was there. I knew where it was, and then I cleaned. And now I don't know where it is. See, cleaning is bad. Don't clean. That's USB-C. Did you miss something? No. You're good. I mean, other than I put new capacitors in a TRS-80 Model 100, which is this. Currently, I'm looking for my adjustable voltage power supply, which I don't know where I put. I thought it was here, but apparently not. Where did it go? How is it missing? It's not small. It's a lot of wire, a lot of cable. Where is it? Maybe it fell over the back. See the label maker power supply. Dude, what? Is it over here? No, those monitors on. I can turn that off. Okay, well, I guess instead I can grab a screw terminal barrel jack, and then wire it into like the big boy power supply, I guess. Because that's empty. Yeah, I've got nothing. It does have one of the things I needed. This is a polarity inverter. I can just make sure that would fit. Yeah, so it's standard 5.5 millimeter barrel jack. So that's fine. No, I did not use it on the laptop I recently recapped. Yes, I did actually. That laptop is over there. I can go just make sure it's not sitting on top of it or something stupid like that. It is not. No. Dude, how did I misplace this? You know what this tells me? I need to buy more of them. That is, I think, the power supply for the fan. Yeah. Okay, this really is because I cleaned and I put it somewhere. I am mad that I did that now. Oh, well, I guess. It's not under the laptop. That's a big power supply for the gaming laptop. And now that's falling over. Yeah, I don't know where it went. That's weird. That's very weird. I did grab like a handful of cables to put away. And it's possible it got mixed into that stuff. I would not have put it away with the other power supplies, though. It would have only stayed out here because that's where it's supposed to be. Yeah, it's more bugging me that I don't know where it is. We can work around it. We're gonna have to work around it. All right, yeah, let's alternate solution. Okay. So, instead, what we will do, we will grab, not really thrilled about using that. Maybe the tiny ones here. All right. Battery voltage would be 4.5 volts, I think. It'll be easier to just grab onto the battery terminals. Put power in that way. Because it's... Oh, no, it would be 6 volts through the battery terminals as well. Yeah. Okay. So we'll just put the 6 volts in through the battery terminals. And, yeah, that should do it. Let me double check polarity on that. The Shelby organization system. It is actually only because I attempted to organize. That's it. If I had not done that, we would be fine. Because I knew where it was before I cleaned. Dude, I hate these probes. Okay. Got the negative side down. All right. Okay. Power to the power supply. How about that power supply? Maybe it's that one. Oh, let's turn them all off. Turn this on, and now this. Hey, okay. Excuse me. All right. I'm going to set voltage to 6. Current to, I think it said it was 400 milliamps on the power supply. Yeah. 0.4. Boom. And V out off. Okay. A lot of dumb parts of this project today. Okay. All right, we are ready to test this out. So I'm going to take the screen setup over here, and I'm going to get this thing reconnected. Does that even go into? Yeah, that does. All right, so that's power LED, one part of the keyboard matrix, and the other. And if I remember correctly, these are an actual pain in the butt to plug and unplug. So I'm going to try to make sure those are fully in there. Good. And then the display here. All right. And now I'm going to flip this over like this. And then I'm going to attach a clip Excuse me. And then I'm going to attach clips to the positive and negative battery terminals. And we're going to power this thing from my bench power supply just to make sure that it's working. So, I already have the voltage all set up for this. Let's see what happens. Enabling power output. And I have no idea how to turn it on. On-off switch is here. It's not pulling any current, so that's good. But why is it not? Oh, there's the other switch too, which is for the internal battery, I think. It won't turn on without that set. So if I flip this, I saw the light blink. Ah! Ha ha! It works! Score! Okay, so we have the keys up there. The display looks perfect. No issues. Excellent. I can adjust the contrast here to be more legible. Oh, beautiful. Awesome. All right, I'm going to enter basic. Print. Let's turn off numlock. Print. Let's make the P key work. Ruh-roh. No, there it eventually worked. Okay. Print. What up? All right, some of these keys are going to need a little bit of exercise, it seems, but boom, we got this. Yeah! So I can just turn it off. Oh, excellent. All right. Well, with that, we just need to put it back together now. Clean the keyboard. I don't know how the keyboard works. I'm not going to worry about that for the moment.
CHER 100. End of line.
LPC, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh, excellent. Oh, that's so nice. It worked. Oh, man. Okay. Oh, that's awesome. All right. What's the 32K mean, Hiram? Because I don't know. Does that mean this has got more memory? Or is that standard? Predict keyboard type. We're not touching it. You can just go look it up if you want. It's Alps, though. Full memory. Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead and reassemble this now. The thing that happened there where it was weird to try and get it to turn on is related to the battery that was removed. Normally the internal battery would be used to hold programs and other settings and stuff, while the machine has the AA's removed, but I totally removed that battery and I do not plan on putting it back. So my machine's always going to be a little weird now because of that. So that's just something I'm going to have to deal with, but I would much rather never have to worry about there being a battery in there again. So I'm not going to sweat that. Okay, where's this ground thing go? Right here. Okay. So then before we fully reattach the main board, we got to put on the switch shields. And now it's just getting it all screwed back in. How you write your scripts then? By just leaving the double A's in. Okay, learning a lesson here. I should remove the display cable so I can get the battery terminals to align correctly here, because they are being a pain in the butt. There we go. And I think that's all good now. This is such a weird aside, but I like this as an actual Amphenol IDC connector. Like, nowadays, that would be such a flex to use one of those instead of just a generic one. All right. Keyboard mount standoff thing. And yeah, just a whole bunch of screws now. I probably could come up with a capacitor solution, which would be way better than the batteries. But I don't really care that much, so I'm not going to worry about it. Even if I was using the thing regularly, I really wouldn't care that much about it. It's just not a problem to me. I think there is one Bill Gates Easter egg in it, but I don't know how to access it. All right. The final sandwiching. I'm just kind of amazed that this thing's actually going to work. Okay, well, that screwdriver's not going to reach. All right, for right now, I'm going to pop these back on. But I am actually going to load this with batteries because that's just going to make this easier. I don't know where I have a 6-volt power supply for the moment. And you have got to be kidding me. Seriously, it's leaking already? This thing is good for 10 more years. I mean, that's just one of them, but there's why I don't put batteries back in things. All right. Are you kidding me? Okay, that's got to be the cable, right? Like, I pinched something. There's no way that just failed. No. Uh-uh. 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 No. No. It wasn't doing that before I closed it up, right? That just started. Okay, line. We're only 4 screws, right? Yeah. Unless this still needs to be removed for some reason. Okay, I'm gonna reseat this. Dude, what? Why? That's a dead line. Okay. Non-battery power. Line. Seriously. All right, it was like that when I first powered it on. I just reviewed the footage. It was like that when I first powered it on. All right, so it's not power related. It's on the far side. For giggles, I'm gonna reflow these. Actually that one, because that's maybe these two. I'm gonna reflow those just to make sure that it can't possibly be one of those two having an issue. It is a flux pen, yes. That was way too much. This thing really wants to run for some reason. There we go. All right. If it was a bad solder joint on the top chips, that should have solved it. I don't actually know how the matrix works, but that's how I would guess. All right. Oh, this actually made it worse? Shut your mouth. I would be shocked, though. That should have been pretty safe. Yeah, you know what? I will, real quick, just eyeball it to make sure it's good. Let me grab my light. Okay, I don't know where the light is. It's probably around here somewhere. There, literally right here. All right, it was good. I checked. We're not done yet. It is the persnickety one. Not sure if it's actually solder or just char, but just do it to be sure. I think it's just some kind of goo. Right, burnt flux. Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah, those aren't shorted. Okay. All right. Now we'll power it. All right, this is kind of a shot in the dark solution. It's possible it'll solve it, but there's no real reason to think it will. Yeah, no. Oh, was that actually way worse? What? I lost all video? Oh, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No. What? I don't think you guys saw what I saw. It is really hard to get this thing to do what I want. This is playing back. This is kind of a shot in the dark solution. It's possible it'll solve it, but there's no real reason to think it will. Yeah, no. Oh, it went so fast. The display only showed data up to about here. So it was here to here. Well, okay, so what you can't see is that there is a progress bar on here, all right? But it goes through the whole length of everything I've recorded through the entire session. previously it would let me like play one clip. That's the thing. So I have 1/2 centimeter of scroll for the last thing I recorded. I swear it used to be better than this. I don't know what happened. I'm going to try that one more time just because I'm sad. Okay, just to be clear, so you can definitely see what happens. I think it'll only show video here. If it shows anything. Or it'll show nothing. Hey, 48K! So we may have successfully killed the standee. So I don't know if you just saw when I powered it here. Let me put it on battery power to make this faster. Or not battery power, wall power. Clip. When I go to turn it on, there was, or is, a dead line right here. And I thought, oh, I'll reflow the Hitachi chips around that area. And now it's not displaying anything. Just did a recap? Ah, yeah, I finished the recap, so they're all new in there. I'm curious how you handled the caps that are a little difficult to get the right heights. Because I came up with a rather unique solution with this one, where I mounted it sideways, and then I wrapped, camera, you gonna cooperate with me here at all? I wrapped the leg around and under, so it's directly over the thing. I did clean up the corrosion somewhat. It wasn't too bad on this, so I didn't have to go really bad hard on it. But yeah, there was a little bit. You can see some of the area. It's a mess over there, but yeah. So, but I don't know. It just caps you have fit just fine. Interesting. They might have been different then. I'll just say that. I picked out all the caps myself. And trying to match the voltage as closely as I could, limited the options there. But yeah, so I just reflowed these two chips, and now it's being wonky with the video. So why? I'm going to take a look at this closer one more time here and see if I can see anything. So that. So I'm going to just give you guys a wide shot. Looks like your bias voltage is fine. It might be. It displayed something. Like here, actually, I'll go back in my footage. Yeah, so actually if I just play from here, you'll see that it is showing something. Where was it? Yeah, there. So that was like 10 minutes ago. It was working. And then I reflowed those Hitachi chips, and now it's not showing anything. Yeah, and the contrast knob, yes, I did flip that. It's not that. So, yeah. Can we do a test? See if it's running blind, cut all power. Hit enter, turn it on, hit enter, beep, enter? What do you mean enter, beep, enter? all power, then apply power. Is there a beep key? I don't know, maybe it'll just beep when I press enter. Oh, hit enter. Okay. All right, so positive. I removed the lithium battery, and I'm not putting it back in. So it's always all cut power when power's not on. Okay, so that. Okay, and then enter. That's no, just for giggles. Memory power off. Maybe that switch got flipped somehow? No, that's not it. Okay. Yeah, it's not contrast. That's doing nothing. Oh, enter type beep O. Oh, okay. Type beep. Okay, yeah, got it. So off, on. Okay. Oh, they're displayed the small amount that you can't see. Okay. It did it again. It's only displaying that. So yeah, enter, and then I bet it will beep, as long as the keys work with me here. Now, my P key for sure was not working. Working reliably, I should say. Man. The LCD PCB issue? Yeah, that's why I'm thinking I probably just messed it up when I reflowed the thing, so I'm gonna look in there closely. See if I can see anything. Maybe I joined 2 pins or something. Ow. Yeah, M2 looks good. M1 looks fine. I don't know what it would be. Visualize LCD, waits for the LCD controls to respond. Ah, okay. Really close inspection of bridge pins. Yeah, I have as well. Yeah, that's why I went and did it before as we powered it as well. Yeah, here, let's not mess about. Let's do full macro. Flux the chip and flow it with dry iron. Kinda, yeah, basically. All right, let's get way up in that thing's business now. All right, let's do some inspecting here. We're talking about so many segments. Guess could be, yeah, an address pin or something. I don't know. Yeah, that one looks good. Downside of this is that I'm not going to be able to easily. I'm going to have to flip or rotate at 90 to get the other axes. Yeah, that looks good. No issues there. Let's look at the other chip, and then we'll rotate it 90. Top side looked good. So this bottom right one gave me a little bit of trouble, but yeah, that looks fine. The corners have a lot of solder because that's where I drug the solder to. That's acceptable. There is flux there now. I have a feeling these are not that susceptible to flux, though. Yeah, so those look fine. I don't know what that in the center is. I don't think it's going to be anything, but just in case here. I love how giant that thing looks when it's really not. Okay. Yeah, let me rotate it, and we'll inspect the other axis. It can be. You left a lot of flux on these PCBs. Well, yeah, I meant I don't think the flux is going to cause addressing issues. I can try cleaning it off after this. I have a feeling that's not the cause of the issue. Not shorted. That looks fine. That looks fine. Yeah, it looks fine. I don't think I shorted anything. So, all right, cleaning the flux is like the best I got. I wonder what the chances are. It could be the chip. That's a known issue, is that the Hitachi chips go bad. But it would be weird that it happened right after I cleaned it. Oh, all right, I will try to clean that out a little. All right. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, but I would appreciate that. 40K, if that is it. Huh. All right, connect power. Nothing. How? How did it go so wrong? Man. Hmm. Yeah, it's weird that the one section is sporadic. Just gonna go ahead and put the batteries in it because it does not appear to be related to power. That's so weird. Yeah, Kim wipes. No. Yeah, I'm thinking I maybe just wipe it off with a paper towel after dosing it. Totally the mechanism you're supposed to use for flux or isopropanol. Not my favorite thing to use a paper towel here, but yeah. See if it comes up nasty yellow. Oh, a little. I mean, oh, hold on. Turn the exposure down. There. A small amount of yellow. Not that much. What? All right, fine. It works. We're not doing anything else. It's great. It's perfect. It's fully functional. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay. Whew. Oh. You know what? I like the line. It adds character, okay? Things that aren't imperfect aren't unique. This is unique. Oh, man. So, yeah, I would guess now that it is probably the Z-conductive strip in there. Wow. I wonder if I could just press on that? Maybe? Somewhere here? Let's see. Perhaps not. Yeah. All right. Well, let's just oh yeah, actually. So my B key was being a painting too. There we go. Beep. Beautiful. Okay, we're gonna. Just gonna mention that got his make zebras. Yeah, I will have to look into that. That's fine. Okay, good. It did not die. I like it when things don't die. Oh. Yeah, I think the keyboard will be fine after some exercise, so I'm not going to worry about that too much. I am going to put these back in here, though, and then we're going to... I want to know... All right, actually, I'm going to turn it off. I'm going to get these in there. We're going to put the REXCPM in there. We're gonna try that out as quick as we can. It's not a lot of time, but I want to try that. And thank you for the insight there, 48K. I really appreciate that. That one went upside down. Bad screw. Oh. Okay. So, just relish in it. Yeah, it works still. Oh yeah. Okay. And then, all right, here we go. So this is the TRS-80 Model 100 REXCPM. This, I believe, adds more RAM to the machine, and then also has it boot off of disk to CPM. I don't actually know a whole lot about this, but I am really fascinated by it. So, and Hiram in chat sent this to me, and I'm extremely appreciative of it. So we're going to go ahead and give this a shot. That is an interesting carrier solution. Huh. Okay. Disables the onboard RAM and replaces it. Interesting. So, I'm guessing it mounts the way I would think it mounts. Okay, what do you mean, hang on? It probably does. It probably disables the onboard RAM just so that it has a consistent amount of RAM. All right, I am hanging Hiram. Is there a particular reason I am? Also, I should be recording. I accidentally did not record that. Looking up install instructions. I assume it's plug it in, but okay. I don't know. I am going to go ahead and plug it in. I'll remove one battery, though, just to make sure that's not a problem. So I have a feeling that that's it. That, and make sure that this aligns with the socket. Dude, I really like that 3D printed socket thing with the castellated vias. That is slick. Although it is fighting me here. Okay, I may need to sand the corners a little bit to get it to go in there. So give me a little moment here. Doesn't go in and make sure it's not backwards. I don't think it's backwards. Okay, it was backwards. Good catch. Okay. Two option ROM. Oh, that's not good. Oh, I suck. Ah! We lost a pin into it. It stuck into the socket. Okay. I'm going to plug this in wrong again, and I'm going to attempt to reflow that pin into the board. And hope that it sticks onto the PCB, because it detached. Hopefully it didn't take out an angular ring or something. Okay. Streams a roller coaster of emotions? No kidding. Okay, that did not work. Just manually pull it out and then solder it back in. It'll be fine. As long as I don't lose it. Sad as long as I don't lose it. Okay. Got it. Alrighty. I'm going to pause recording here really quick. And I want to go back. I regret the way I did that. Okay, hold on. I just want to see. Yes, both cables are the locks upright. Okay. Back to here. Okay. Those who don't mess up, but those who do nothing. All right. So it has an arrow option ROM. Yeah, we'll go that direction this time. That sounds good. Okay. Now, for my own sanity, I'm just going to look up
Bergen says
CPM.
100 instructions with pictures http://
Or I'll click that.
www.bitchim100.
Hiram, thank you for the... Oh, gosh.
equals REXCPM installation in M100. End of line.
All right, that looks correct. Okay, we'll give that a shot then. Thank you. And thank you for the 100 bits. All right. Now we can try it after I put this battery back. And... Okay, I'm just going to pop it out real quick. Link cable is wrong. Not really, no. How is it wrong? I mean, the black isn't on the top, I suppose, but that doesn't really matter. The wiki page shows this, but that doesn't shouldn't make it doesn't show. No, hold on. It shows them flipped. Like that, which shouldn't make a difference. I wonder if that's not... Oh. I wonder. Ah, that was not in all the way. Aha! Okay. How do I get into it now? Okay, it does not matter how much standard RAM. Wait, is it... it still says 32K. Look at that contrast knob. Yeah, I'm not sure that's right. Welcome back, 48K. So the wiring shouldn't have mattered. It wasn't pressed into the socket all the way. The wiring was the same pin order. Need to install the software. Oh. Ah, well that could make the battery more important. Install, read this entire page, information, okay. Install your REXCPM, initialize by running REXCPM. This lets you load program. Please scroll down, read about how to use. Okay. Quick menu functions been expanded, include Control C from a menu. Control C. Okay, I'm just for giggles do that. Okay. So now I'm going to restart it. It'll retain SRAM for 5 minutes. Okay, well that's good. Okay. First run CPM do. You can install CPM using instructions, make things easier. Oh, do I need to do the disk drive emulation? And yeah, 48K RAM, I stream at 1.5 megabits because it's terrible. I'm streaming over LTE. We are not going to have time to do the disk drive emulation, unfortunately, today. Okay, well, all right. No, not extra hour. We will have to get this going some other time. Yeah, that took longer to get it working than I thought, especially with the extra thing. Yeah, okay. I've done the Linux software emulation before, so I'm familiar with the process. I did it for my Tandy WP2. So, but all right. At least it's a working Model 100, so... Yeah. All right. So, I am recording for a video right now, so I'm going to do a video outro here. All right. So let me just do that really quick. Well, aside from the LCD scare at the end there, that is a working TRS-80 Model 100. Very nice to have that thing working now and know the caps are not going to dissolve it internally now. The leaking electrolytes, that's been solved. And if you have one of these and want to get caps, I'll link the Caps Wiki page down below for this thing, so you can look at that. But that is it for now. So if you enjoyed this video, you may want to subscribe, be notified when I release another one. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon. But for now, that's it, and I'll see you next time. All right, so there's a video, because I don't really know how to use this yet. So, yeah, I was going to do separate something for REXCPM. I think that would be a better second channel video. I kind of was hoping to be able to do more with the Model 100 today, but I am 100% out of time. And yeah, the REXCPM is going to take a lot longer. I'm really glad, though, kind of, that it doesn't just immediately overwrite the thing and like drop it into CPM so it can still be used as a Model 100 with basic and all that. So that part I actually like. So I can just pop that in there if I did it correctly. Okay. And then boom. Yeah. That's very nice. It's both. Very cool device. Yeah, it does seem like it's going to be kind of awesome. So that will be nice. I am realizing I might actually want to fix the battery thing, though, or else I'm going to have to always have, like, a Raspberry Pi or something. So, yeah. Well, Hiram, since I don't have the battery in there, as soon as I turn it off, whatever program it needs loaded in through the disk drive emulation, it's going to lose that after 5 minutes or whatever. So every time I go to use the machine with CPM, I am going to have to do that, or I have to put a battery in, which I really don't want to. So I'll have to figure out how I want to handle that. Oh, wait, no, that's what the switch does. The switch uses the batteries instead. That's right. Okay, so I don't have to worry about that then. Okay. So for a session of use, I'll have to keep the batteries in. Yeah. So my initial desire was to just run it off of the DC barrel jack, because I don't like having batteries and things. That's just a one-way trip to sadness. Like, literally, you were here earlier when I discovered this 48K RAM. So I have a whole big battery thing of Duracells over here, all right? And I went to pick one out randomly, and this is good for another decade, theoretically, and then it's leaking on the bottom, even though this is a brand new battery. So yeah, I really don't like having batteries in there. So, RXR BLN, thank you for the raid there. We are wrapping it up, but yeah. But yeah, so I don't want to keep batteries in there for any time. So yeah, I know there are better batteries, but they'll all do it eventually. So it's just playing a game of chicken, or, well, yeah, playing a game of chicken, where you want to see how long you're willing to leave the batteries in there. So, yeah. Oh, Desiac, you missed it? Boom. It totally does work. Yeah. Do not found. Press spacebar for menu. Oh, did I accidentally go over to the wrong thing? Yep. So there's basic. So. But all right. We are gonna have to call that there. So yeah, that is really awesome. I'll have a play around with that. Do I have? I think I'll have I can grab a serial cable and I can mess around with trying to get this thing going here. So yeah. Oh yeah, releasing a video. Let me just do that really quick. So I will forget if I don't do it right now. Come on, phone, load. Edit and public save. Boom. All right. So, oh yeah, let me switch cameras here. Okay, so there's now a YouTube video you can go watch if you want. So, but yeah, and that's about 86 bucks. It's really awesome software. So, all right, well, that's it for today's stream. We did it mostly. Had a little hiccup there at the end. I was not expecting the display problems. Those chips are very sensitive to flux, aren't they? Oh yeah, I should run the outro here. There we go. Forgot about that part. So yeah. Yeah, I did say that we'll ignore the shirt part for today, because obviously not. By the way, for the last 2 hours, the AC has managed to drop the temperature in here by 3 degrees, and it's been running nonstop. That's how bad it is here right now. So, yeah, but we got it there in the end. Hiram, I hope that was good for your redeem. But yeah, we might be able to play around with this some more tomorrow. We'll see. I don't think it's going to take that long to recap Super Nintendo and the monitor, so hopefully we'll be able to just get some more time on this. But yeah, we are going to call that for now. So, all right. If y'all enjoyed the flux is quite bad, well, that was my flux that I put on there. that was me, apparently. The only other thing I've had be that sensitive is when I designed the power supply for the Coleco Atom. That was super flux sensitive, but it's also really high frequency, so I kind of figured, but anyway. All right, if you all enjoyed this stream, you might want to subscribe or follow or whatever to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get one of the shirts that I would normally be wearing if it wasn't a bajillion degrees and super humid. But that's it for now, and I'll see you. I gotta find the clicker thing. All right, I'll see you next time. It still didn't work. There it is.